Okay, let's see if we can get some Nightmare Dungeon farming. So I want to farm the Goblin event. And I want to see how good it actually is. So let's just give it a go. But before, I need to kind of juice up my build because my teleporting is way too slow right now. So I have to change some stuff here. And I think these are pretty good. You're probably gonna put the teleport cooldowns thing on them, right? Not even sure if that's gonna work though. Just check it real quick. Right, now we have 6 seconds. And now we're gonna put the... whatever that one is called, Bounding Conduit. Not sure if that actually works. Let's see. 6 seconds. Okay, it doesn't work. Beautiful. Oh, we might as well go with... does it even matter? Probably not, honestly. Too lucky yet. So yeah, let's go to skill tree. We want to have max teleport. We have... and we want to go for Shaco. Shaco. So I have a greater FX cooldown Shaco. So let's masterwork that. Did just happen. Just want to have like a little bit faster build for just testing the Nightmare Dungeons. I know people say never play Nightmare Dungeons, but I think they're not that bad actually with the Goblin event. So I only have like 3k Optus size, so would like this to just get like cooldown reduction. Possible. Apparently not. Get a lot of this game, like I'm 12 attempts in. Yeah, whatever, right? Like, I'm probably not even gonna hit it once with the little Optus side I have. Because this game is just trash. This is just so trash. Well, this must have been like 20 times now. 21 probably. I don't even know. It's kind of insulting to me, honestly. This must have been 25 times. I mean, I can see I had 3.6 at the beginning. And one round cost 10, 20, 30, 60, 100. Right, so it's actually not... so it's it was just 20 tries to hit it once. But I'm not crazy. Look at this. Alright, good enough for me. What? So... I guess we don't need this Warcry rune at all. We just go for... what's it called? I don't have the runes here. So let's go for Tum. And the other one would be the one with cooldown reduction. I don't know what it's called. Oh, it's even not Vex. Well, Vex would actually be better, I guess, because it gives skill ranks to teleport. So let's just go with Vex. Whatever, I'm just testing this. So now I should have like a good amount of cooldown reduction for this. Really don't want to do anything else. So what I want to do now is I just want to test Nightmare Dungeons. Just gonna do some random ones here. Yeah, the masterworking is just horrible. Like literally one of the worst systems I've ever seen in any game. This is not the perfect teleporting speed, but I guess it's fast enough. Problem with Nightmare Dungeons is that you actually have to pick up the Optus side, right? If you don't pick it up. Pets are trash now. So basically the pickup radius on everything has been reduced back to like the amount where it was before Season 5? No, I think they even changed the pickup radius in Season 4 actually. And it has been reverted, which is fairly annoying. These materials should just be auto pickup, basically. Like, you can't be... If you're doing, like, any kind of speed farming content, you shouldn't be held down by, you know, having to wait for, like, your pet... Oh god, that was the wrong shrine. I can't believe they still didn't fix this goddamn shrine. It has been, like, almost 4 weeks now. Where's the goddamn goblin? So, I guess you just want to finish these dungeons. I think also what's dropping in the dungeon actually, I think it's not worth even going back and waiting for the drops. I think it's more likely you just rush to the end and get the end bonus. Because the end bonus is like 500. 250. Yeah, it's actually just 250. But yeah, let's try one more. Then I'm gonna do the timer. I wonder if I should just use teleport. But will I actually use it? I'm not sure. I mean, I could probably just use it, but no. I guess it doesn't really matter at the end. I mean, these sword builds are fairly fast. You can get this faster. I'm not using Enchantment Master board right now, so you can get 20% more cooldown on teleport if you use that board. But I don't really want to respec boards for, you know, just having this like a split second faster. I don't know if you want to do the events. Because we mainly just want to go for the shrines, right? We want to see, because the shrines actually... Okay, the curse shrines... You probably don't want to do them. So the curse shrines also, I think they were buffed in Season 5. They're also back to like the original state where they just spawn waves like way too slow. So it's actually not worth doing them anymore. Like, so many things have been reverted to like a state which we had already passed. This goes fairly fast. And this guy refuses to die. You always get one sigil, by the way, but you still get littered with random items. So this has been an issue since Season 1, that at the end of the Nightmare Dungeon, you just get the items into your inventory you don't want. And since Season 1, they just refuse to remove that shit. Anyway, so let's just dash away our stuff, and let's actually open these, and then we can start. Oh, aspect update. Ah, rapid aspect. Why not? Alright, so let's check what we have. We have 54.934 billion gold. Then we have 49.6k iron shards. We have 87.5k rawhide. And we have 6122 souls. And we have... I can do one more upgrade on my Shaco here. So 6. What is it? 6110 souls, and we have 1064 Optocide. So that sounds about right. So now I'm gonna do 1 hour of these nightmare dungeons, and I see how much I can actually net. I'm gonna do whispers as well, because I guess it's fair to assume that you can just press M and do the nightmare dungeon whispers if they come out. But maybe it's not even beneficial to do that. Just taking the time to look at these. Well, they expire in 4 minutes anyway, so... I mean, it's probably not even worth it. I'm probably just gonna spam random nightmare dungeons here. So let's just get the keys we have here. I don't even remember these. I'm just gonna do all the new ones here for now. And let's just look at some we may be knowing. This is okay. Don't even remember these. I don't know what this is. That reservoir was, I think, terrible, but I don't even know. Would be nice to even know these dungeons, but, you know, I simply can't remember. So let's do just this here. Okay, so let's see how much we can make. Use the opal, we use our, or we should have advantage elixirs. Alrighty, so let's start this timer and let's start doing the dungeons. Kinda curious, honestly. How much it actually does. Because I honestly think this is not gonna be too terrible at all. I think we want to do any of these things here. All we're gonna do is we rush to the boss. We try to find a goblin in between. So what do I need to do to get through this? Do I really need to click these? No. Okay, so for whatever reason my casting stopped. Must have left the screen there. So I just have to investigate, so I guess I have to just kill something here. Oh yeah, it says slay some guy. Should have read this in the beginning. How's Frozen Orb built now? Is it useful? It's alright. Frozen Orb has never been a bad build. But Chain Lightning is kind of better right now. I really hope they're gonna revert some of the sword nerfs in the mid-season patch. Oh, these new dungeons. I don't know, somebody said these new dungeons are good. Okay, so so I guess there's like a wrong way and a good way. And the one I was taking was apparently the wrong way. It's so annoying to do the auto casting and then you always have to stop it. But yeah, like 2 minutes is like way too slow. You should be like faster. But I guess with these Nightmare Dungeons, it's kind of RNG if you find the right way in the beginning or not. Because if you don't find the right way, then you kind of have to backtrack forever. Maybe I change my decision that I like these new dungeons. They are like so narrow. Like so hard to even teleport through these things because you get stuck like on random debris all the time. Okay, and this is the wrong freaking one again. Fine. My Goblin. It's really, really hard to understand. Like, if you kill a mob, right, and you essentially you cannot pick up the loot because it takes too long for the mob to drop the loot. So you kill the mob, and then, you know, Blizzard starts their weird-ass loot dropping animation. So the mob has to die, which takes like, I don't know, like a second, and then they start dropping their loot, which takes like another second. And then after 2 seconds, the loot is basically on the ground. And if you want to do like any kind of speed content, there's like no way you're gonna pick up any loot in that kind of scenario. It's just not happening. Oh, my obols are full. Let's just pause this, and I just want to get rid of the obols. Yes, because if you want to do a speed build, the cooldown reduction from the Shaco is just far more superior above the 60% damage I would get from this, whatever this crown is called, I forget it, Heir of Perdition. So, since if you don't need the damage, the Shaco is just much better. Because it gives cooldown reduction, it gives 4 ranks to teleport, and it basically doubles your teleport speed. So, in any kind of speed content, that's gonna be far superior. Just go for... I guess, honestly, I have to restart this. Because now my materials are like completely inaccurate, but I don't want to do this without doing the obols, because that's gonna be... No, that's gonna be a huge waste. So I'm gonna restart this. No problem, we're just 4 minutes in.
Very nice. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Should have done this before.
Until next time.
I hope the characters don't get buffed. I hope all characters get nerfed and Spiritborn gets nerfed even more. I cannot stand any more buffs. The power creep, like the power level in this game is already way too high. Like, all characters already do 1,000,000,000% too much. I absolutely hate that they keep buffing and buffing and buffing. Just nerf shit. Get it down to a level where it's actually fun to play. Because right now, it's not fun to play. Everything you're doing is just complete overkill, and I actually hate it. It's really completely annoying to me that everything is just completely overpowered. I would really hate them to buff the other classes anymore. Other classes are in a pretty good balance right now. And if they now start, you know, touching the other classes again, what they're going to do is they're going to destroy class balance once more. And instead they should just, you know, tune down Spiritborn and call it a day. It would be really not beneficial if they touch other classes at this stage.
Need something for it?
Alright, let's do this again. Alright, what do we have? 3-5 billion gold. And we have 5-2-3 Opticide. Wonderful. So let's do this whole shit once more. So my stuff is still empty, right? I just have some random sigils. And yeah, so let's restart. Wait. Where's my nightmare dungeon? No, it's attack speed cap 1, so it's essentially just extra attack speed. Nothing good. Let's go. Oh yeah, the boss. One more prisoner. So yeah, I mean, class balance is pretty good right now. I mean, they're probably gonna do some bug fixes on the Spiritborn mid-season. But honestly, I don't really care anymore about mid-season at all. Because, you know, if they do a mid-season patch close to December, you know, the people who are... I mean, everybody's gonna go, at least, you know, I'm gonna go for PoE 2 anyway, so I don't really care about the mid-season patch whatsoever. And so they can basically do whatever they want. And I think it's gonna be true for a lot of people. Like, the only persons who gonna suffer the nerfs of the Spiritborn in the mid-season patches are pretty much the ones which are not blasters. And I feel like you would actually hurt these people. Because, you know... The ones who have already played Spiritborn, like, enough right now... What is happening here? Okay. So, they won't really care. If you nerf the Spiritborn now, they're gonna be, yeah, whatever, we're just gonna play PoE 2 anyway in December. So you can nerf the Spiritborn now, nobody cares. But the people who are not actually there, they will actually get hurt by the nerf. Wow. This game. So, I guess I already regret this decision to do this, because there's nothing more inconvenient than farming Nightmare Dungeons. Just, it takes longer to freaking activate a sigil and port there and try to get out of the dungeon and shit like that to actually run a dungeon. It's like so horrible. So yeah, I guess at 2 minutes a dungeon. Not really worth it, probably. We shall see. Maybe you should just teleport. Oh, I'm not gonna take the Conduit Shrine. Maybe you should just teleport out of the dungeon and not go to the entrance. I think that's smarter there. So teleport out and then activate Sigil, because I know technically if you activate the next Sigil within the dungeon you will save a little bit of time. But the risk that you end up outside with mobs attacking you is just way too high. And that's just gonna take way too long to deal with. Yeah, runes don't really matter for this build at all. I mean, the runes in general don't matter. I mean, if you want to use Vortex, like if you want to do any high content pushing and you don't have Vortex, you're just going to have, you know, you're not going to have pulling, so you really cannot push so far without Vortex. Well, these new dungeons are actually huge. Why is he not dying? Nice boss. Oh, okay. Understand. So we port out. Then we take the next one. Then we go. Honestly, I think you're pretty much gonna make a good amount of Opticide doing this. Especially if you stand, if you kill these elite packs. Because they basically die in 1 second. And, you know, you get like 20 or 30 for like a kill. I mean, they should probably double the amount of Opticide dropped by the mobs. That could be a good decision. So that was the first drop from the, whatever that's called, like the Seething Opal. So this, is every shrine cursed in this new event? Like I clicked like 3 now and every single one was cursed so far. I wonder if it's random or if it's really every shrine is cursed. I'm missing so much animals here. Need one more. Crazy. Really? I have to... Oh my god. Blizzard. Please. What are you doing? You kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna restart. Oh my god. Ugh. This game. See, I guess the core of this game is great, but there's just so much bullshit in this game which is completely unacceptable. Like all these having to pick up stuff. Like just just kill the mob, right? And just give the animals automatically. Like this picking up, if you kill a mob and you might not even notice that it's dead, or you might not even notice that it dropped something, it's just so inconvenient. And you know, there's so much stuff happening all the time. I mean, it happens quite often that you just don't notice, like, also, like, drops on the ground. Like, if random stuff is dropping, you will never notice it, because, you know, mobs are, like, dying off-screen, mobs are dying behind you, mobs are dying, you know, wherever the fuck mobs are dying, and you're just not gonna pick up that shit, right? Like, with the opposite, like, if I can push this Nightmare Dungeon as fast as I possibly want, and I just cannot pick up the materials because my pet is too goddamn slow, and myself, I don't even have a chance of picking it up, because, well, I'm just gonna be far, far away from these mobs when they die. It's just a horrible game design, I would say. Because, you know, realistically, nobody would run back to pick up these 10 Opticide, right? So it's basically just a loss. So with everything in this game, you're basically being punished for being efficient. So the more efficient you want to be, the more the game punishes you. And it should be exactly the other way around, right? The more efficient you be, the less the game should actually punish you. Which is kind of, you know, the road Path of Exile is going, right? The more efficient you are, the less the game punishes you. So I'm gonna add one extra run after the full hour to make up for that screw up with the failed Nightmare Dungeon. God damn it. And like clickable doors. It is just so horrible to click doors. So, if you ever played Diablo 3, right? In the beginning they had a lot of rifts with like tons of clickable doors. And over the course of, you know, probably like 10 or 15 seasons, they basically removed all the clickable doors. Because, you know what? It's just annoying to click a door. It doesn't belong there. So if you either make the door just automatically open if you run in front of it, or you just don't add the door, which is clickable, because it just gets you out of the flow. So these games are not designed to like precisely click on a certain location. And by adding clickable doors, you kind of, you know, you break the player's flow. Because you're right now in a flow, right? Your mouse cursor is like somewhere at the edge of the screen. Then all of a sudden, like a door appears you have to click, and it's completely killing the flow. It just doesn't have to be. And it's then all these little things which take a lot of enjoyment out of the game for me. Because I usually wouldn't farm this kind of content, but I just want to test if it's actually beneficial at all. So I can make like a statement or a video about it. But so far it seems like the Goblin event seems to be kind of irrelevant. I mean, I got like 2 Goblins within 11 minutes now. Which is, I mean, it's okay, but it's like not really mattering so much. So the old Goblin event was awesome, right? Where, you know, the shrine would spawn, you know, 5 or 10 goblins. But this event just, you know, the shrine is just spawning 1 goblin. Like, why? What's the point? Like, nobody cares, honestly. It's so boring. My mouse keeps leaving my my window. I don't know why. Didn't use this before. Freaking annoying. I mean, I guess still, I mean, you get a decent amount of Opticide doing this. With the speed build. It's probably more than in Eternal Hordes. I have to say. Not more than in the tribute farming, but the tributes of refinement are relatively rare. And it's always just one. I mean, I heard they can spawn multiple ones. But maybe I'm just unlucky. I always get one. Also, probably you shouldn't even pick up the treasure bag. It's just littering your inventory. Yeah, I don't know. It's... I don't get the reasoning behind this event. Junk. Also, probably the stuff from the Goblin caches is still account bound. So you have to be careful. But yeah, I don't even see this kind of event. There's like no Halloween theme, nothing. The skins are not Halloween at all. I mean, I haven't seen the second one. I should probably look at it. But the mount, it was just a random black, like burnt kind of mount. Like nothing Halloween there. There's no pumpkins everywhere and stuff like that. Like literally nothing. And then you see like games like World of Warcraft, right? Where they have the Halloween events and everything. And everything is freaking like, you know, littered with like Halloween stuff. Or when they did it in like in Lost Ark, for example, like the events were fairly meaningful. You would get like something to farm, you would get like a event quest, and you know, if you would do like your farm shit like every day or every other day, in the end you could get like, you know, a couple of rewards. But here it's basically, yeah, I wouldn't even call it an event. Like you just give me like, when I click a shrine, the goblin spawns. Like that's not an event, that's just bullshit. I mean, I know countless games which have like decent Halloween events and stuff like that, right? So I guess in World of Warcraft it was called like something with night. I don't remember it. Then they have also like the fair, the Dark Moon Fair, which has something to do with it. So they have so many things, right? Like in these kind of events, which, you know, at least give like something, like a little bit of an interesting activity, right? Give me like something to farm, give me a special dungeon which I can grind, and then I get like, you know, a freaking pumpkin skin at the end or something like that. But yeah, basically, you know, you just get another random horse, right? It almost feels like somebody's there, like some, you know, 3D designer guy. He's like, yeah, whatever, I'm just gonna take this horse and I'm just gonna, you know, change the pixels from left to right a little bit, and then, you know, let's just call it a new horse and make it a Halloween event or whatever. So it's really, really weird. Like, I don't get for the skins. Like, just, you know, how hard can it be to make some Halloween skins? Like, you have a staff of, like, more than 1,000 people, and you cannot get a freaking single designer to make some Halloween skins for a game? I mean, that's just depressing, honestly. Yeah, pumpkin helmet, perfect example. Like, what's the big deal? Right? I mean, how hard can it be to just, you know, get a developer to make, like, a couple of Halloween-based skins? Like, it's not that hard, right? I mean, I of course couldn't do it, but, you know, if you're like a 3D designer, they usually just buy, like, they just take a template from some random design vault or whatever. Oh god. And they just remod it a little bit. Like, how, like, right now you can do it with AI. Like, even AI can create like these 3D models for you. I've seen it. Like, I have been on a website the other day where I could just, you know, take a 2D picture and pump it into AI, and AI would make a 3D model, like a step file, which I could import into like a 3D program, and it actually works pretty good. So yeah, I mean, I feel like it's pretty depressing, actually. Because, you know, all the cosmetics they keep adding, they just look like shit. Like, even the new weapons and everything, they don't really look any interesting to me. So maybe they're just trying to, you know, direct people to the cash shop. And, you know, I get there's probably, like, you know, some people buying, like, these skins of the cash shop. But yeah, if you ask me, that's actually, they should just not have done this event at all. Like, if you have so little, you know, rather just leave it out entirely. So I guess we're not getting a whole lot of stuff here. I was expecting more shrines and stuff like that. I also would feel like if you would add like a shrine event, then you should also litter the dungeons with shrines to make it more fun. But, you know, I barely find a shrine. I maybe find like one shrine per dungeon or so. So I was under I don't know. If you make an event based on around shrines, can you just, you know, go like somewhere in the code and just, you know, change the number on of shrines spawning per dungeon? Like, it's just like these little things which, you know, make it so it just seems like this event. Horrible. Ancestral items this event? What do you mean by that? Full codex? Why would they give you a full codex? Like, that's like the holy grail of D4 is getting your codex filled, right? There's nothing more impossible than getting your codex filled in D4. It's like the ultimate challenge. It's not about beating like the highest tier content, like Pit 150 or doing whatever. It's really just, you know, fill your codex. It's impossible to do. But yeah. So this is probably not going to be so lucrative. So probably don't recommend doing this. But for the sake of farming Obtusite, I think Nightmare Dungeon is still alright. If you don't want to do Infernal Hordes. But Infernal Hordes is just way more relaxed than this, because you have to like reactivate the sigils all the time. Which is a little annoying, I have to say. Yeah, so basically with the codex, this season you're not gonna get a full codex, period. Right? Don't even think about it. What is this? Teleporter? So the way they made it with the Enchanted aspect this season, or this game iteration, Vessel of Hatred style, is it's just not gonna happen, right? So the likelihood of getting a full rolled Ancestral Aspect is, I don't know, it's probably like 1 in a billion or something like that. It's like so rare. So, you know, nobody even cares at this point, I guess. Does this experience well? I mean, it's horrible, but, you know, you have to put it like this. You still have the same power level on the Codex, which you had before, right? So... the non-ancestral version of the Codex right now is the same than basically the max roll last season, right? So everything on top of it is just additional stuff. So it's really just you're missing something extra, but you're not weaker than before. Where do I have to freaking go? I mean, this season is nothing, basically, right? So... there's nothing in this season at all, I feel like. What is these chests? Did I even click this? What? He just dropped 20 crystals? Oh my god. And these doors, like stuff like that, I'm standing in front of the door and it's just not opening. I mean, I guess there's a reason why nobody plays Nightmare Dungeons, right? So, the Halloween event is not gonna change it. Oh, how many doors? Right. What you should farm to get your Paragon 192 and you're stuck at T2? Wow. Why? So I entered tier 4 with like Paragon 150 or something like that. That's kind of strange. I don't know, what build are you playing? Well, farm mythics. There's your answer. So... well, so the problem is the following, right? Right now, you will not find rotations on World Tier 3. So on Torment 3. So you're kind of too late. When I did this in the beginning of the season, you know, Tier 3 bosses were the common thing to do. Tier 4 bosses were way too hard. The problem is now everybody's doing Tier 4 bosses. And you're not gonna find any rotations for Tier 3 bosses anymore. It's just too late. And... well, what you can do is basically... yeah, Fireball is... I don't know. I mean... it's not a great starter build, honestly. But it should work without mythics, honestly. But really the only thing you can do is farm Paragon and, you know, get your Paragon boards. But with 192 you should actually have 4 glyphs with Paragon going. And Mythic Uniques, you really don't need those. You kind of cannot farm them unless you enter Torment 4. Realistically, it's not gonna work. Yeah, Frozen Orb is way better built for a start. Because Fireball is just not having crowd control, which is like an issue. And yeah, it also like requires 100% crit basically and stuff like that, so... so honestly, best thing you can do at that point is... you can farm materials and sell them on Diablo.trade and buy items. If you're trying to like kind of... and then you need to get the items basically to reach World Tier 4, so Torment 4. And as soon as you reach Torment 4, you can do boss rotations to get your Mythic Uniques. But that's realistically, that is the way you can do. But, yeah, you probably want to change your build, man. Frozen Orb is a great build early game. Blizzard is a good build early game. Fireball is really not a good build early game. this is spawning quite a few mobs. I wish I could just pick up all that Optosite. And also, like, why does it take so goddamn long for these goblins to spawn? Right? You click the shrine, and like 15 seconds later, the goddamn goblin spawns. Like, what is that? Just spawn it instantly. This. I mean, somebody said there could be more than one spawning. I haven't seen it yet, so I assume it cannot happen. Because I've seen like a good amount by now. But you know, I might be wrong there. Who knows? But yeah, it's freaking boring. You have 3 butchers? Okay, maybe I'm just unlucky. I take 3 butchers over a goblin. Maybe it's just super unlikely to get that. I don't know. I also don't get what treasure goblins have to do with Halloween. So I will not pick the Conduit shrines. Like, not happening. So it just takes for... Oh! There was 3. Let's go. Big payday here. Wow. So, this Shadow Drifter... Apparently if you're in the Shadow Drifter thing, you can't even loot. But I mean, I'm also like farming for 30 minutes now, right? So... Oh. Wow, this dungeon gives like another goblin. Look at all these materials. Oh my god, doors. So why can't you freaking teleport through the doors? Like, what is this? I can't even teleport through this fence. Why is there no... Where's the end of the Nightmare Dungeons thing where you can just... What? Did they remove that? Like the invulnerability whatever thing, which was spawning at the end of a Nightmare Dungeon? So if I get like a couple of more dungeons with 3 goblins, no, I might make a decent amount of materials. Nice runway. Nice. Come on, 3 goblins. Let's go. Wait, what? Oh, the butcher. Does the butcher also drop materials, by the way? Oh. The butcher just drops Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Nice. So the butcher is basically a loss. If you want to get the goblins, butcher is useless. What? I mean, honestly, with the expansion, like the layout of these dungeons, does this look like somebody actually did a good job on this? I mean, it's so freaking boring, right? It's just a huge, boring layout. Even recycling the same bosses we already had. Right, how much more do we have to do? These give good Merc XP though. It's so hard to pick up a rune if you can't find your mouse cursor. Season 7 will absolutely change nothing, I can already guarantee you. Season 7 is gonna be the same bullshit like before. Season 7 is gonna be like Season 5. They basically not just gonna not add anything. And, or maybe, you know, they just add some random stuff nobody wants again, right? They're not gonna add anything interesting. They're gonna add like another random activity, which nobody cares about. Oh, that was 1 goblin or was it 2? No, it was 1. Also that you have to stand... It takes like roughly 20 seconds until the goblin is dead and dropped all his loot. Yeah, we're basically back to Season 0. I would just wish they would make an actual season theme once more, but I feel like they already dropped the ball on season themes altogether.
It shows violence. Me too.
Really don't think... Like, even the uniques, right? They kept adding, like, interesting uniques, like, in the past season. They also haven't really been doing this, right? If you think about the uniques which came from Season 4 and upwards, like, the uniques actually were not build-altering at all, other than Fractured Winterglass, maybe. But, most of them, actually, were just power uniques, just stat sticks. That's everything they added. So in Season 5, what did they add? You know, they added... I don't even remember what they added. Season 6, they added a bunch of, you know, overpowered items, which are just stat sticks, like the new Uber uniques, the Heir of Perdition, the Shroud of False Death. It's all just stat sticks, right? And all the other uniques they added, same story pretty much. And as long as they keep doing this, you know, they will never produce any interesting season. Yeah, correct. So you basically don't choose the uniques by, you know, what the unique actually does. You choose the unique by basically what is the highest multiplier you can achieve with the unique, right? So we don't even play like Shaco anymore. You know, Shaco was so cool because you get all this cooldown reduction, you get free armor and everything, right? And we're not even playing that anymore because they put out a unique which gives 60% damage, right? So basically it's not going to be played anymore at all. Because there's just a better one, right? So, and that's what I hate, right? Why did they add Heir of Perdition the way it is? Why did they add a unique item with 30% crit, 30% lucky hit, 30% movement speed, plus 2 core skills, and 60% damage multiplier? Why did they just add an item like that? There's absolutely no spot for this item. We already had enough good items in that slot. And now you basically just invalidating any helmet, right? I mean, obviously if you don't have Heir of Perdition, it's a different story. But as soon as you have that helmet, you're invalidating every single item. Nobody will ever play a different helmet. Other than the Shaco for the speed farming builds. And that's... You shouldn't make items like this, right? It's just bad by design. If items, like the same with Shroud of False Death, right? So you create an item which essentially gives like 400 all stats and +1 to all passives and a huge chunk of hit points, and you invalidating any other chest piece. It's just too strong, right? Items should fit into the current scheme of the game and shouldn't be just so freaking overpowered that all other items are invalidated. That's not the point at all. Like, that's not how you make an interesting itemization for a game. That's why I feel like they should get rid of all these damage multipliers altogether. We should just reset this whole story. Because at this point, the game is not fixable anymore. Because with this whole multiplication style they're choosing, that everything is just, you know, multiplication of multiplication of multiplication. It's always just going to evolve about picking the items which give you the biggest multipliers. And it's never going to be any different. Right? You might use an item if it has to be used for enabling a build. Like for the fireball, you know, you have to choose the gloves because otherwise the build is not going to work. But you know what? If you wouldn't need the gloves to enable the builds, you would not play them because they have no multiplier on them. It's really... But I don't think they're gonna learn that, honestly. I don't really see chances of them, you know, at least reverting this whole story. For real. Why does the drifting shade still come when the dungeon is over? But yeah, build, like, everybody is crying for, you know, give us stuff which alters builds. And, you know, I mean, they did it in Season 1, right? Season 1 was the season of the Malignant Hearts, which was, you know, obviously it was not very well received. But, so the seasonal scene was actually altering builds, which wasn't so great at that time, right? Because, you know, the game was pretty new. And, you know, people were on board of playing the same shit for like almost a year now. But now people are bored of playing the same shit for almost a year. And now we could need build altering stuff, right? If you give back like the interesting Malignant Hearts, like for example on Sorg, the Omnipower one, which allows you to use all your resource to shoot all your skills at once. If you would give that back, you know what? All of a sudden there would be like 10 new builds. Like you could, every build could be completely reinvented by adding that item. And it's so easy, they already have it. Obviously they're not gonna add that again. Not for the reason of the item not being cool. They're not gonna add it because their server resources are just too bad. Like their system is whatever designed that way, that we just cannot fire too many projectiles because their servers is gonna die. That's why also like Sorg keeps getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed, and everything is getting limited because their servers just can't deal with it. And I feel like that's not a great foundation of building a good game if your limitations are actually not, you know, gameplay wise, your limitations are like server resource related. And how you ever want to make something cool if you have server resource issues? Like, you cannot block the creativity of devs by saying to them, oh yeah, by the way, you cannot spawn more than 10 projectiles a second because we gotta, you know, take care of our servers first. Then the devs will, yeah, so what am I supposed to do? Yeah, just make an aspect which gives 60% more damage. Alright, I can do that. So I mean, if you think about like scaling, like doing build altering stuff, scaling at this point, like isn't this just more projectiles? Isn't more projectiles the coolest shit you can scale your game with? Or like, maybe not more, you could also make them larger, you know, hit more enemies, give them more AoE or whatever. But in general, I would be all for just, you know, give me more projectiles, because more projectiles look cool and they do more damage. And you don't have to give me this bullshit chance for Lightning Spear to deal double damage. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care about that. It's nothing I can see, right? It's just some you know, what do I want with chance for Lightning Spear to deal double damage? Just give me like 10% more damage or whatever, and it doesn't matter. It's the same shit in the end. Frost Nova with damage. Yeah, I want a Nova build, by the way. Nova is the coolest freaking build of Diablo 2. So I would really love to have a Nova build. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you there. I don't want stuff which just makes my numbers larger. I really don't care at this point. I don't play with damage numbers anyway. And you know what? I don't really care about pit pushing so much, to be honest, because there's no leaderboards or anything. So as long as there's no balance and no leaderboards, I don't care about pit pushing. If you give me balance and leaderboards, I would care about pit pushing. But you also gotta give me rewards, right? You gotta give me like epic cosmetics for like, you know, pushing the pits and stuff like that. But if you give me nothing, like why would I want to push the pits? The unique for Frost Nova? I mean, I actually want to make a build on that. I mean, I already did it, but I want to make a farming build for Infernal Hordes with Frost Nova and Ice Shards, where you can just idle in the middle. But yeah, it's nothing gonna be... It's basically just a fun build, right? Like, the build itself is shit, because, you know, freezing stuff has become so easy that it really doesn't matter. You just need like one random lucky hit to freeze effect on anything. And you know what you're gonna need Frost Nova for, right? you're just gonna freeze anything instantly with Lucky Hit anyway, so what's the point of having Frost Nova and sacrificing a gear slot for even a unique? What? Come on. Also this, we were also over, like, the stuff at the end of the Nightmare Dungeon persisting, right? That has also been removed in Season 4, I feel like. We have been over all these things, and they're all just back. Like, Vessel of Hatred seems to be, like, a build of the game which is pre-Season 4. Like, the core of Vessel of Hatred seems to be somewhere around, like, Season 3. And so many things have just randomly been reverted. Like when I was doing like the gold farming video by like farming Helltide, I was like, farming Helltide is freaking annoying now because the pickup radius on the cinders is not there anymore. And, you know, it's so freaking difficult to farm Helltide without the pickup radius because, you know, you're leaving like literally 80% of the cinders behind. The only cinders you can essentially farm is the ones with the Blood Maiden. As soon as you keep moving through the Helltide, you're not gonna pick up anything anymore. It's just gonna stay on the ground. Like this goddamn pad is like so freaking slow, it's not gonna pick up shit. And since the pickup radius now is reverted, it was so funny because, you know, I was on the way back, I was moving through the Helltide basically a second time. And I picked up hundreds and hundreds of cinders left over because I couldn't pick them up before. It's really stupid. So we're 50 minutes in now. But overall, I honestly feel like Nightmare Dungeons are not that bad. I mean, it's kind of relaxed farming, and you get a decent amount of Obducite. And I think you also get, like, a decent amount of materials. I don't think the material gain is so bad. Yeah, maybe it's bugged because it's so slow, who knows, but maybe it's also supposed to be like this, right? Oh, this is actually good. I want to keep that. For my fireball build. I actually will make it. Also this, why does it have to take a full 30 seconds to drop off all this shit? Alright. But yeah, so, I mean, I'm like extremely excited for PoE 2, because, you know, I really wanna have a fresh start with a new game, and I really hope the early access is gonna be awesome. I mean, I don't think they're gonna screw up all that bad, but what, you know, maybe there's not enough content in it, you know, we shall see. But in general, I feel like the 4 seasons have been watered down to really just, I don't know, playing for not even a week and you would already be done. So, I don't know, I can't imagine how annoying it will be for like a full-time streamer. Like, what are you gonna do all day if you have to play this one game all day? Like, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine doing that. Maybe at some point you just stop using your brain at all and just, you know, do the stuff you do. I don't know. It's kind of weird because, you know, I've been watching a lot of PoE streams, and, you know, PoE players actually have stuff to do, right? They, you know, they do like theory crafting and everything. They have like, you know, different builds, optimizing builds, crafting. It's all like very, very deep systems. So all these players have like stuff to do. And I feel like, you know, in D4, you know, other than the first week of the season, you know, I really enjoyed the first week of this season. Like, the new progression system felt very nice to me, I have to say. But other than that, you know, after a week, I mean, sure, you can do other builds and stuff like that, but you're pretty much done, right? I don't know any of these. But I don't know, maybe it's, you know, it's probably just the direction Blizzard is taking. You know, with all the Microsoft influence there, that they're probably just not really about these hardcore gamers audience anymore. So I guess you just gotta accept that. Except for World of Warcraft, obviously. I mean, that's like their flagship for basically hardcore gamers. And I mean by hardcore, I mean not like hardcore, you die once you're dead. Or like, you know, you play all day. With like Mythic raiding and stuff like that, they do a really good job on World of Warcraft. Even though World of Warcraft retail is kind of scuffed, I feel like it's like their flagship, and I think they just don't want to have a second game like that. I don't know. Like, with the way they do with like D4, it's more like, you know, they just want everybody to play this game. Oh, another butcher. And by doing that, they basically deviate so much from what this game actually has been in the past. Like not teleporting through doors, for example. So wait, I'm gonna add 2 extra minutes for the lost dungeon I had. Then we're gonna see how much profit we can actually make. I honestly don't think the rewards will be that bad. And I could have probably been much faster if I just crafted more sigils. And you know, if I would pack the sigils before in like, you know, a row, which ones I want to run, like the good dungeons and stuff like that. No, you could probably like optimize this a lot. But yeah, opening doors is just... This is just a sad joke, man. It's funny, the mob runs from inside the door and just opens it for me. I think that's the new strategy. Just stand in front of the door and wait. Right, so... This must be the most horrible dungeon of all of them. Lost Keep. Gotta remember this. Okay, so but that thing despawned actually. So the Shadow Drifter did not despawn, but this whatever Storm Caller or whatever that thing is called, that despawned. I don't even know. Ah, this one is good. I know this. But still, I think, you know, I think it's a decent, decent gain in materials to do this. And it's very, very brain dead. Like this dungeon, for example, you could probably finish in like 40 seconds. So I guess if you optimize your dungeons... what's this? if you optimize your dungeons, you could probably be very efficient with farming. But also it takes forever to do that, right? So you have to craft the sigils, then you have to sort through them, you have to destroy the ones you don't want, and stuff like that. So that's also like not really a very enjoyable process. The Goblin actually dropped 100 Opticide. I never noticed. Wow, that's actually a lot. Oh, that was the wrong button. Oh no. Please don't attack me, guys. Ooh, lucky. So after that we're gonna see how much we actually made. But my thinking here is, this is definitely better than Infernal Hordes. Or Opticide. Not better than Undercity runs though. But I don't have, so I don't want to go do group rotations for masterworking materials. I don't have like a lot of the tributes for the masterworking. Probably only have like 10 or so. Oh, shrine. Let's go. 3 goblins, come on, last dungeon, give me 3 goblins. Just 1. Yeah, so they always drop 100 Opticide. So I guess with taking into account that the goblins actually drop 100 Opticide, this event is probably going to be much better than Infernal Hordes for farming Opticide. Because, you know, you roughly get one goblin per dungeon, which, you know, it's 100 per roughly like 2 minutes. So, what is that per hour? 100 in 2 minutes is 3,000, right? So that's essentially, you know, a good Infernal Horde gives like 5k. So I would assume an average Infernal Horde gives like 4k. So, and it takes 12 minutes. So that's already like somewhere around the 15% extra Opticide just from the Goblin kills. That's not too bad. Maybe that's their secret plan with the event. Better Opticide farming. This barrier was clearly bugged. Alright, so let's stop here and see what did we actually get. Alright. So we did get the following. Let's do the results. So let's move up here a little bit. Okay. So we have 54.983 billion gold. So that's a good 50 million raw gold there. We got 53.7k iron chunks, so for the raw, like the easy materials, you don't get anything basically. 90.4k rawhide. We got 6649 souls. We got 18.3k obducite. So that's what? 50 million gold. 3.7k iron. 3.1k rawhide. 520 souls. And actually 17.8k obducite. So the obducite gain is pretty good actually, I would say. 18k per hour. That's better than Infernal Hordes. Or it's at least the same than Infernal Hordes, but you gotta remember we also get boss materials and runes. Right? So this is 14 hearts, 48 living steel, 50 good 94 distilled fear, right? You get the distilled fear for free at the end of every nightmare dungeon. So let's just write this down. We got 14 hearts, 48 steel, 94 fear, 12 blood. So that basically comes down to, what is it? Just calculate it. So that's like 200 million for the hearts. It's another 500 million for this. Well, let's make it 400 million for the steel, so 600 million there. So the distilled fear is probably like 7 billion each. So that's probably like 1.2 billion, and then we have 12 blood. So we're probably like roughly at 1.3 billion gold from the materials, right? So it's, I would say it's like, it's not that bad, honestly. Like it's 1.3 billion gold with materials, and it's a decent amount of obducite. So do we get anything else? Well, dungeon keys. So some random tributes, right? But these do not really matter so much. Don't even know where they came from, honestly. But that's not too bad, honestly. Like, I'm actually surprised. It's way more than I expected. So I might just continue for like another hour so I can get my masterworking materials for the next build. So let's just go for my Shaco. Better than nothing, right? Not too bad, actually. I have to say. Not too bad.
Don't ruin all that work.
And I wasn't doing this like any kind of efficient, right? So what I'm gonna do now is... I'm actually gonna pick dungeons. This is good. I don't even know this one. I don't know what they did to the tunnels. I don't even remember all these dungeons, honestly. There's so many of them. So I guess it's honestly a decent farm. Especially because the distilled fear gain is pretty good, actually. Actually, I'm pretty oh, this is like a regular butcher. Pretty rare these days. Even the regular doesn't drop off materials, right? No, it just drops like its sigil. I wonder if it's worth doing the events for Optusite. We should do one and count it out. But honestly, I think this is more fun than... Even though Nightmare Dungeons suck, right? I still think it's more fun than Infernal Hordes. And Infernal Hordes basically reward absolutely nothing but masterworking materials. And this at least rewards, like, you know, a good amount of different stuff. So let's just make one of these shrine events here and let's see how much it actually gives me. So there was like 10. Keep an eye for the drops. Another 4, 14. 20, 35. 40. 45. 70, 60, 65. 85. 100. 105. 120. 135. 150. 155. 165. Which was just the ones I could see. So 165 for a minute. 165 for a minute, that comes down to what per hour? 1600 per 10 minutes. Yeah, so it's less than the regular gain per hour. So it's not worth doing the event. Even though it was fun. But I guess, in general, farming Nightmare Dungeons is alright. I guess but without the Goblin events, it wouldn't really be worth it. So, really, the Goblin events add a good amount of extra money to it. Yeah, actually. Move this count. What about this event? This is even slower. Thanks. Now imagine they would add more goblins to the event than just one. And potentially getting 3 on a shrine with like a 0.0% chance. Oh yeah, and I forgot the runes, by the way, in the calculation, right? So there was also 10 runes, 10 magic runes. Have to check again. Oh, can I climb down? So this 1, 4. So if you assume half of it's gonna be magic runes, this is 6 magic runes. So that is going to be 3 good runes. And the good runes, you can say roughly it's 100 million per good runes. So I would say it's like another 300 million from the runes. Come on, 3 goblins. 1 butcher. Right, let's do 1 again. 5, so we have 20, 35, 40, 50, 55, 60, 80, 85, 89, 100. Oh, wow. 120. 125. 140 roughly. 150. I mean, it was actually just like roughly 200. And the chest drops nothing, of course. So it was roughly 200 from that event. So 200 for 1 minute would be 12k. Not 12k. Yes, 12k. So that would actually be worth it. So I guess the events might be worth it. Maybe I just didn't count it the correct way. Maybe I can do some pits with this build. But yeah, it's not too shabby at all. Actually, a little bit surprised here. I don't know how much Opticide I want to farm for the next build. Maybe I need 20. I mean, I could also do Infernal Hordes. But I don't know. I kind of like this more than Infernal Hordes. I don't know why. I feel like Infernal Hordes is pretty boring. It was super exciting when it came out and everybody was hyped about Infernal Hordes. And, you know, because it was just such a great farming method. But by now, I find Infernal Hordes very boring, actually. Oh, Conduit Shrine, I'm not gonna do this. Maybe, you know what, I'm just gonna do that. Whatever. Probably still gonna be worse during the Conduit Shrine. For 1 goblin. I can't even get them. Come on, Goblin, I can kill you. Let's go. Frozen. I really don't understand how they still did not patch these Conduit Shrines. That's just mind-blowing to me, how it can, like, such an annoying bug and so easy to fix. You know, that is just mind-blowing to me, how you cannot just temporarily, you know, hotfix these shrines out of the game. I mean, There's gotta be like some, you know, whatever database table where it says, you know, there's these different kind of shrines which can spawn. There's gotta be some kind of a flag to just disable those. Did the Resplendent chest actually drop off the side? Nope. I don't know, I feel like it's even more action than Infernal Hordes, because Infernal Hordes you just stand in the middle and, you know, run in circles and everything just dies automatically. But this feels kind of more interesting. And you also get obols, which is, you know, don't underestimate obols. The Massacre count is just from the Mercenary. It does only apply extra movement speed. So I would say no, it doesn't give you basically any benefit at all. I mean, it gives 20% extra movement speed, I believe, if you have it, like, past a certain level. But besides that, it doesn't give anything. What was I gonna do? Gamble. Let's go Gamba. Do I need anything for my next build? I actually need 200 stuffs, but they cost double. So you might as well just go for offensive items for the ultimate luck shot of hitting an aspect you don't have yet.
Try again. Fair bit of math to sing your prayer.
See?
Not much, is it?
See? I mean, I already have that fireball aspect in perfect in my chest. And I wanted to sell that. The 3 curses. I don't know what it's worth though in perfect, but it's probably like somewhere around 20 billion gold or something like that. So perfect aspects are crazy as fuck.
Could be better.
You can take what's left.
I don't know, I kinda like this. No clue why. I think it's also why I like this is because it's like something different, right? So every Nightmare dungeon looks different. And if you're doing like pits or hordes, I mean, yes, pits look different too, but no, it's essentially always the same floors. And with the Nightmare dungeons, you know, maybe it's just because I haven't played them in a while, but it feels like a little bit refreshing to do these. And actually gaining some kind of a benefit from doing this, right? Because I need to farm off the side, and I'm probably getting a little bit more off the side than if I would do Infernal Hordes. Right, so it's really like a refreshing method of farming at this stage. Probably don't want to do this forever though, right? So where do I go? But yeah, maybe I do some pits to level some glyphs after this. I don't know what build I want to do next. Maybe I will probably do pure lightning spear. Then probably Arclash. I really want to try Arclash. Maybe it's any kind of decent, but probably it's just extremely garbage. But I would really like to know how bad it actually is. That's a lot of elites. The difference here is from this to Infernal Hordes, you actually have to use your brain just like a tiny bit. Because, you know, if there's a huge pack of elites, you basically have to start thinking, oh wait, let's just wait like 2 seconds so I can pick up the Opticide. While in Infernal Hordes, you don't have to really use your brain at all. You just, you know, kill the shit which you have to kill. And, you know, you pick the boons and you always, you know which ones you want to get. And this is like, you know, for this example, like there's a pack, so I go there, kill the pack. There was actually 45 Opticide there. And, I don't know, is it that bad that, you know, I'm happy with like these little things already? That the game allows me to make the decision to kill a certain mob pack or not? So this one gave 250 in the end. Oh wait, the other ones gave 250 as well. But I had one which gave 299. So I think that was because the end of the dungeon had additional mobs. Well, is this like the broken shrine? Do you think if you repair one of these broken shrines, it's also gonna spawn goblins? Or I think it just looked like the broken shrine. Okay, you don't want to do Spyro or whatever, it has too many doors. Bad dungeon. Second, did I actually... one second. Okay. That was stupid. Got to publish my video there. Right. Right, where am I going? Somewhere. I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but I'm having kind of fun doing this. Even though, like, it requires absolutely no skill. or anything, and there's absolutely no challenge, and I'm still, for whatever reason, having fun doing this. I have no clue why. But this is better than Pit and Infernal Hordes. I mean, I will do some pits, because I still need 2 level glyphs to level 100. I wonder what pit build this, I mean, what pit tier this can conveniently clear. Probably like 90. Maybe 90, maybe 85 to 90, probably not even 90, because you're just missing a lot of damage by playing Shaco. Oh wait, I wasn't going to open those chests, like fake chests. So you put a chest in Torment 4 difficulty, and it drops like 50 gem fragments. You'll be like, yeah, right. Also, you cannot die in this content. Like, even if you get like the poison explosions and shit like that, you know, you're not gonna die. Which, you know, makes it kind of relaxed. Which glyphs at 100 from 60 to 100? Well, probably you can get to like 90, 90, 95-ish, something like that. So you can definitely improve. But with level 60 glyphs, you should also be capable of doing more than 86 normally. You have like a Shroud of False Death and Heir of Perdition. Look at these events, like how slowly stuff spawns. Like, what are they thinking? Like, you want me to stay at that event and kill it, then I think make it spawn stuff like 3 times as fast. Wait, what? What was that? Bone carving? Do I need this? Probably not. Like, these new Nightmare dungeons with this like random objective are like so strange. Because if you do the objective, last time there was just like a mini boss in there or something like that. I don't even remember. I want to look at it again if it actually is worth doing. Another butcher? Okay, this is just getting depressing. Where's this special room? I want to find the special room. I mean, I already have the stone carving, right? So it's going to allow me to open it. Probably not going to be here. Not going to search for it. I should make a video advertising thing more Nightmare Dungeons. I haven't found a single tribute, I think. By the way, in this Nightmare Dungeons you can also find the tributes for the Undercity material farm, but it seems like I haven't found one yet. Maybe I'm just very unlucky. So what do you have here? We have useless stuff. Even more useless stuff.
How can I help?
So yeah, I'm gonna do pit soon. Oh yeah, so this the Nightmare Dungeon, whatever spiral, I don't want to do. Because it has doors I literally cannot open. I guess you can, some you can port through and other ones you can. I don't know what the trigger is for them to be letting me through. Okay. I mean, if you have Heir of Perdition and Shroud of False Dash, you should be able to do more than 86, honestly. Come on, 3 goblins. Let's go. Just one. Where does all this? Ah, I have a gold shrine. I was like, gold egg everywhere. Dude, this one you can't port through. I guess you gotta learn the look of the doors so you know if you can port through them or not. I've never seen that boss. How much do I need? Better question is, how much do I have? I think I need like 30k to make a build. Nice, 3 goblins. Let's go. Nope. So the 3 goblins seem to be freaking rare. Most of the time you just get this stupid butcher. See the pickup radius? Bought it into like the opto side like 3 times and didn't pick them up. And by adding the opto-side drops on the regular elites, they kind of, you know, push you into actually killing the regular packs. Which ends up being more fun than I thought. Just like killing these random elite packs. I mean, obviously there's absolutely no chance you find anything of worse here. Which kind of, you know, sucks. Would be cool if there would be anything of worse. Alright, let's see how much we can get here. This guy good. So this one is slow again. Like, I had one shrine which was actually spawning fast. But this one is again spawning like very, very slow. But still, you know, it's 70 plus something else from before. 77, 92, 120, 130, 140, 150, 200. That's not that bad actually. 220, 230, 240. I mean 240 off the side for that chest. That chest actually dropped another 100. Wow. Okay, so the cursed chest seems to drop off the side as well. The cursed shrine chest didn't do it, but the cursed chest actually did it. Interesting. I guess I gotta make a farm guide on this, on nightmare dungeons. I think it's way underestimated. If you actually do the correct mechanics and everything and play the correct events, it seems to be quite rewarding. And Optoside is something you cannot buy off Diablo to trade, right? You have to farm it, no matter what. So, might as well do it in nightmare dungeons. There's one Tribute of Harmony. But I'm not looking for Harmony, right? I'm looking for the other ones. Tribute of Refinement. I think the Tributes of Refinement are really extremely rare. What is this, by the way? Experience increased. Oh! I get it. Okay. So, apparently there's an experience shrine in Nightmare Dungeon. And if you click it, you kind of get like extra experience for like half an hour. Also pretty cool. I mean, not that this gives any experience whatsoever, but... Alright, 3 goblins. Let's go. Huh. Oh no, don't tell me this has doors. What did just happen? I have no clue. Okay, so this one you also don't want to do. Hallowed Stones. This has the very, very, very bad doors. Actually, it has no doors. It's the layout with the doors, but without the doors. Oh, okay, there we go. Doors. I mean, what else you're gonna do then? You know, farming just some random bullshit, right? So you might as well just farm this random bullshit. So cursed chests you wanna do, cursed shrines you don't wanna do. Problem is even seeing cursed chests is like next to impossible. Anyway, but I want to try another cursed shrines because I think cursed shrines are good actually. Okay. 3 goblins, let's go. Wonder if I will ever get 3 goblins again. This pickup radius. So this is the ones which are opening the doors, I believe. Oh no, this is a different nightmare dungeon. Actually one with objectives. I mean, if you have a fast build, this is definitely the best way to farm off this side. Except for Undercity. I think this is one of the nightmare dungeons with the highest mob density. Right, let's check these events. Right, this is also very slow spawn rate. Let's go back. Like these events also, like they had been so much better in, I think it was season 5. Now they're just, I mean this is even like new events, but they're so freaking slow. Right, Goblin, let's go. Right, Cursed Shrine, let's counter off this side. I'm at 50 now. I'm gonna counter 100 from the Goblin. 60, 70. $75, 70, 80. 110. 125, 130, 140, 145, 170, 175, 180, 185, 190. That was like 220 or something like that. I think it's worth doing them. Cursed chest was by far the best though, but it's really difficult to see a cursed chest. It's just so invisible. They should do it like in... You remember the Resplendent chest in Diablo 3? You could see it like from... I don't know, like miles away. It was like so shiny. And in this, the Resplendent chest just looks like the ground next to it, basically. Like this. Look at this chest. I mean, really? Like, you can do more than that, right? Oh, this dropped 100 Optosite, by the way. But yeah, these should be way more sparkling. You should just see these. I mean, maybe I'm blind, but, you know, I feel like they blend into the area, like, very, very well. Right. Get anything? What is this? Never seen this. Interesting.
Don't ruin all that work.
Also, like, these are so freaking underwhelming. Goblin bags. I'm just playing random dungeons I never played before. It would be cool if the Nightmare Dungeon sigils would actually be tagged with the mechanic inside the dungeons. So, for example, this one is like Animus Carrier, right? Which is usually one of the most annoying ones. So it would be cool if the Nightmare Dungeon sigil would be tagged with Animus. Right? So you could say, you know what, I don't want to play Animus, so if the sigil is tagged with Animus, I'm just not going to play it. Also, like, it could be tagged with boss or no boss. Which, you know, actually probably doesn't really matter, but, you know, the no boss dungeons used to be, like, very, very fast. The boss dungeons are usually much slower. Never played this one. So the Resplendent chest, this one dropped none. It's so weird. Like, I had one Resplendent chest dropping 100, and this one just dropped none. And now I get a cursed shrine with Conduit. Don't run away, little goblin. No. This was the good curse shrine, I think. This is the fast one. Yeah, this was the fast one, unfortunately. This spawns waves so fast. But you see, like, there's something to explore in these nightmare dungeons. It's kind of rediscovering this goddamn game. And since all the content is trivialized anyway, you know, if I go to a nightmare dungeon and kill everything instantly, or if I go to pits and kill everything instantly, or go to hordes and kill everything instantly, you know what, it's not gonna matter. I'm gonna kill everything instantly anyway, so... This is a good dungeon, by the way. Hive. So how much mats did I get by now? That's a decent amount of boss materials, right? So if you want to farm Optusite, this is definitely the way to go, and it's much, much better than Infernal Hordes, given the fact that you actually get other materials. Because if you do Infernal Hordes, you essentially get nothing but Optusite. And here you actually get a lot of boss summoning materials as well. And, you know, if you need the money, I mean, I don't need the money at this point. I don't even know what to do with it. But if you need the cash, this is going to be a decent farm for, like, different materials. Yes, I'm running the same build. The only difference is I'm running Shaco right now, like Harlequin Crest for the so I can teleport faster. But in general, I'm running the same build. Yes. So this is the same build with just a different helmet. Because playing the Shaco, it basically doubles your teleport speed, so... Come on, let's go, 3 goblins. I wonder if I will ever see the 3 goblins again. Yeah, if you have Shaco, I mean, you lose like a good amount of damage, right? So you can push like, probably like somewhere around 5 hit tiers lower. I mean, you lose probably... I mean, you lose 60% of a multiplier and you lose 30% crit chance. You can make up for some of the lost crit chance if you put crit chance on your focus. But so it's gonna be a significant decrease in damage. But you know, if you're just doing like trivial content like this one, or you're farming like mid-level pits for, you know, Paragon or whatever, it's not really gonna matter, right? So this is completely fine for clearing like, you know, tier 80, tier 85, a pit like that, that range. You really only need it for pushing, right? So, what are details behind getting the teleport cooldown so slow? Well, it's really just having boots with evade charge, like evade cooldown reduction on casting, and then having a lot of cooldown reduction. So this with Shaco, right? This has like 50% cooldown reduction, and then I have boots with evade cooldown reduction. But you know, you could also these, you don't even need to use these, right? You could also just use the ones I have in the build, which are The Rakanoth with regular cooldown reduction is probably gonna be, it's probably gonna even be better. So you don't have to play this. I don't even know why I'm playing this. So it's really just the Shaco. And then you have, if you have evade cooldown, right, you can see the cooldown is 3 seconds by default. Because Shaco gives you like ranks on of teleport. So in a perfect world, you would play this with regular armor with teleport ranks to get it even faster. I can try this after this, by the way, because I don't need this. So you can get it even faster, but essentially it's just the attacks reduce evades cooldown from your boots, which is making it very, very fast. Well, I'm gonna try after this by putting on a chest piece with plus teleport. It's gonna make it even faster. I personally hate this new helmet. Like, I hate that they brought out Heir of Perdition. Because it actually makes Sorc worse. It makes Sorc so much worse. It makes it much less enjoyable to play Sorc. Because, you know, playing with, like, the cooldown reduction from the Shaco, it was just so much more fun. In all builds, they feel... the game feels just so much better with cooldown reduction. And now they basically created this new helmet, which gives you like a mandatory 60% damage increase, right? So there's really no reason not to play it, other than, you know, you want to really speed farm content. And I really hate that. If that helm wouldn't be there, we would all just playing our freaking Shaco, like before, and all the builds would be enjoyable. But now it's like, yeah, you get this helm for like a buttload of raw damage, but it's gonna make you slow as fuck. Just deal with it. I hate it. It's a horrible item. I really hate them creating all these items with like the infinite multipliers on them. I don't want these items at all. They suck. I have to say it, like, it doesn't really make the game any enjoyable for me. What is this? Maddox Watch. There's so many Nightmare Dungeons I have never played. Oh damn, I wanted to try the plus ranks of teleport. Is there another way to get more teleport ranks? Anything else giving all stats, all skills, or defensive skills other than chest piece? Probably not, right? Except for Oculus, basically, but, you know, Oculus is gonna destroy this build. Which actually drops a good amount of raw gold. Like 500,000. Okay, this is a horrible dungeon. Yeah, I mean, some of the dungeons are really terrible. I think even like all the dead layouts and stuff like that I would be fine with if there would just be no doors. Doors are the worst. And these things are the worst. Just these things, just remove them. Nobody wants these things. There's like, they're there for absolutely no reason. It just makes developers more work to create this shit. This is like absolutely useless stuff. Just super annoying. It just slows down your like whole pace. Alright, let's go. 3 goblins. We can do it. One more time. Just one. Oh, another shrine. Let's go. Oh, Conduit. Go 3 goblins. In Conduit, they're gonna run away from me. I'm not gonna catch them. Die! I'm gonna zap him to death. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, it's... I don't know. These dungeons... I mean, if they would remove all the bad ones and just keep the good ones... I mean, right now with the Halloween event, this is the best farm for Opticide by far. Without it, I don't know. But yeah, this is one of the worst dungeons I ever played. Oh my god, this is so horrible. Like, who made this layout? Jesus Christ. Thanks, man. Take care. Okay. What do we have? Bunch of junk. So how much do I have by now? 32k. It's not too bad, right? So roughly 2 hours. So I wanna check after this how good this is actually gonna perform in the pit. See, like these kind of layouted dungeons, these are like much more enjoyable. You just go straight forward through the dungeon. No, don't have to deal with all the shit. Get a resplendent chest. Okay, so this one also. So it seems to be random. Like sometimes the resplendent chest will drop off the side and sometimes not. Right, let's go. 3 goblins. Is it hard to progress as a beginner? I would say it's not hard to progress as a beginner in this game at all. Like, this game is very beginner friendly. To get to the highest difficulties, you know, it's kind of difficult because, you know, ideally you won't have to engage into trading and stuff like that to get into the highest difficulties. But just progressing through the game, you know, getting your your first Paragon, your glyphs and everything, getting more and more powerful. Like probably the first like two weeks. I mean, it depends how much you play per week. I'm gonna say the first 20 hours, maybe the first 20 to 30 hours you invest in the game are gonna be very enjoyable, and then it starts kind of getting, I'm not gonna say boring, but it gets very repetitive, right? And you will, at that point, you know, if you're starting the game, you will not really notice so much how the systems, like the crafting systems, how they work, and they are actually, you know, some kind of not enjoyable. But for the beginning, you know, you're definitely gonna have fun in the game. Definitely. Wait, so let's see how much this can do in the pit. Let's do tier 85. So it really depends how much time you're going to invest into the game. So if you consider yourself more like a casual player, you know, you maybe want to play like an hour a day, or like, you know, 2 hours every other day, like kind of that range. It's gonna be a great game. Wow, this is doing horrible damage. Wait, what? Am I missing something? Why am I not doing any damage? I mean, it was super elite though. Just say how speedy it is if I just speed through here. Yeah, I mean 85 is already too high for this. I mean it's okay, but you know, takes a little long to deal with this packs in 85. So probably like 80 would be a decent farming level for this build. I also removed the pulling from the... Ah, okay. Yeah, so if you want to speed farm this, you should play this with Raiment and Lightning Spear, so it's going to be much better. Just want to see how hard the boss is going to be. Yeah, with Raiment this would be much better for like speed farming through. But you definitely feel like the missing crit from the helmet. Like I'm missing 50% crit I'm basically missing, and 60% multiplier. So essentially I'm missing roughly 70% of my damage compared to the regular setup. So that's definitely something you notice. For Nightmare Dungeons and Infernal Hordes it doesn't matter, it's still way more than enough. But for like 85 pit this is already very, very low. It just feels so great playing with Shaco and not with freaking Heir of Perdition. Cooldown reduction is just so much more enjoyable to play. It's such a huge difference. It's really a difference like night and day playing with this. But yeah, you don't do damage. It's the issue. Hate it. I want my Shaco back. So I did pit 99 with it. You can do pit 100, but it's gonna be rough. But that's the range, the how much you can basically get with this. So I mean, I definitely use this to put my glyphs on level 100, no problem. Yeah, so look at this boss damage, man. It's like so horrible. And this is really just a pit 85. So if I would switch like the gear now, this would be like basically dead instantly. So yeah, this is really missing so much damage. Definitely nothing for pit farming here. I guess for lower level farming it's alright, but I mean, it's like level 85 boss is just refusing to die. That's really, really horrible. I mean, you miss even more than 75% because you also miss the 30% lucky hit from the helmet, which also gives you like a significant amount of extra damage with the Frostburns. So yeah, this is not a whole lot of fun. So let's see how this performs in hordes. We have a wave cap 10 here. This is still way more than enough damage for hordes. So yeah, I guess, you know, next season, the first Uber Unique is I'm gonna get is probably still gonna be Shaco. I know I was tempted to get like the Heir of Perdition because 60% extra damage. But you know what? It's just so much more enjoyable to have cooldown reduction on Sword. This is just so much better for anything other than pit pushing. But do you see like the difference between hordes and nightmare dungeons? I feel like this is so boring, honestly. Like, it's the same mob type spawning all the time. It's really the goddamn same map. It's the goddamn same mobs. It's... I don't know. I feel like this is extremely boring. I feel like this is probably the most boring activity in the game. Besides Helltide, maybe. And also, I hate these spires. I think if they would just remove the soul spires from boards, it would be so much more enjoyable. But yeah, I mean, it's just boring. You just jump through here, kill all the same mobs all the time. And it's much, much less rewarding than Nightmare Elevation. So I think, you know, just gotta like kind of spread some awareness. I don't know how long the Halloween event is gonna last though. But yeah, Nightmare Dungeons are just gonna be so much better than this. And from a like difficulty level, it's kind of weird because, you know, last season Infernal Hordes was like, actually it was hard. Right? Like, the highest tier Infernal Hordes was kind of rough. It was not a piece of cake. And Nightmare Dungeons was, like, a million tiers below. And now, the difficulty level of Hordes and Nightmare Dungeons is essentially exactly the same, right? So the mobs die exactly the same speed in Hordes and Nightmare Dungeons. So since both are absolutely zero challenge, I feel like Nightmare Dungeons is just going to be the better activity. I know everybody hates Nightmare Dungeons, but you know what? I just hate Hordes. I've played this like way too much. Also, the rewards of this are like horrible. Even if you like usually would just get the Opposite chest, and for a 12-minute run you get like 4k-ish. So that's the same then, like, you know, 7 Nightmare Dungeons, essentially. And then 7 Nightmare Dungeons, you get way more than 4k. Plus you get all the materials, plus you get the free distilled fee at the end. So... And also, like, even the 4k, like, isn't already guaranteed, right? So it depends on your average, but I would assume the average ever is somewhere around between 700 and 800. Sometimes you even get these completely scuffed runs in Hordes, which just give you, like, you know, 200, 300, 400, like that range. I mean, this run is probably gonna net me like 800. The problem with hordes is, if you could just stay in the middle and relax, right? If I could just do this. The problem is the spires. Like, I can do this. This works fine, right? For almost everything. But then you have the spires and these other fiends, which you have to go there. And it's really annoying. I mean, it works so long, right? But now I have to go here and trigger this, well, I don't even know when it spawns. And you kind of have to go there and trigger these. And you cannot really do them from the middle. I wish if you could just stay in the middle, horde would be so much better. I mean, you can obviously just stay in the middle, but you're just gonna, you know, lose out on like 20 to 30% of the other, maybe. Don't even know how much it will be, but definitely gonna lose out on something there. But I don't know, I think I will never play hordes again, honestly. We'll just do Nightmare Dungeons, it's just way better. It's probably even better without the Goblin events. Just because of the boss summoning material rewards you get. Probably not even gonna get 800 out of this run. I don't know. Maybe I'm just saturated with the content of this game. Maybe it's not the game's fault. Maybe the content is just too repetitive. Without having any actual surprises. Like, I think no matter what you play, right, in this content, there's absolutely no chance you get any kind of surprise. There's absolutely no chance you get any kind of interesting loot. There's absolutely no chance you get any kind of interesting event. I think that's what making this content so boring, that there's absolutely no change for basically anything. I don't believe that you're getting 100, like, there's no way you're getting 1100 per run. Like, that's just not true. That is a very high end already. So, to get 1100 every run, the stars have to align pretty much perfectly. So, that's definitely an over exaggeration here. So really, if you average 1100, you should go play the lottery, man. Again, go play the lottery. Like, there's something wrong with you. You get a shit round, there's like no way you get 900 even out of shitty round. Like that's just, it's just not true, man. You're just ignoring the reality there. It doesn't have anything to do. So you are limited by the amount of waves. You cannot get more out of hordes. The amount of normal waves is limited. So really, if you're getting average hordes with shitty like spawns, you're really not getting more than like 50 or 60 around. No matter how much, it doesn't even matter. You know, how fast you can kill this stuff, because, you know, at some point you're just gonna end, up not getting anything. Because you just exhausted all the waves. The amount of events is, you can probably, somewhere, you know, I don't even know how many events spawn around, but it's definitely limited. And in Season 4, basically, when a Lightning Spear was still strong on Sork, you used to hit that limit all the time. And it was like, you know, there wouldn't be any more waves spawning because you were too fast for the Hordes event. And even in those, you had events where you were getting less than 500.
How can I help?
What's this?
The forge is always hot.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of a bug on the rogue, but you know, I think you are just basically ignoring the bad ones, and that's, you know, that's a pretty common thing to do, right? You say, you know what, you got a feeling everyone is like very good, but like I don't know, unless there's like some kind of a bug, but I don't see like why there would be a bug, because the amount of waves spawned is actually limited, so it doesn't really make sense to me. But you know, maybe it is like it is. But still at 1100, honestly, it's still going to be much worse than Nightmare Dungeons. Wait, what about Last Stand? Let me try that one. This is also like slow spawn. Is it? I think these events are just so horrible. But yeah, so with Nightmare Dungeons, you can probably get like somewhere around 20k per hour. With Hordes, you're probably gonna get like somewhere around 12 to 14k. Obviously depends how fast your build is. So let's see if this cursed chest now gets off the side or not. But let's just count how much this gives anyway. So I have 49. 55. 60. 64. 70. 75. 80. 85. 90. 140, 150. 170. 175. 180. So like 180, and then you open it. So this one, it's so weird. Like I had one which was giving 100 Opticide, and this one just doesn't. Like, I don't know if it's random, or maybe I'm also just stupid, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Nightmare Dungeon is definitely the way to go for Opticide. Like with the Goblin event, you just get so much more. I mean, you should see for yourself, like what boons you get, right? So if you only get shit boons and you get 1100 ether out of it, then there's something wrong. Because to get 1100, you need to at least get, I would say, like 5 or 6 good ones. Maybe even 7 good ones. This is garbage, it has doors. But I mean, if you get used to like Nightmare Dungeons a little, it just gets so much faster. Where's my Goblin? There. They should just mark the Nightmare Dungeon sigils with doors. Like a warning sign. This dungeon has doors, don't play it. We're just making this to annoy you. Yeah, it should also not reset these counters. It would be so cool if this material counters would just stay on for the entire dungeon. So you could actually see what you're making, right? And you don't have to freaking open an Excel sheet and calculate it for yourself. But I mean, killing these elite pets in Nightmare Dungeons is really rewarding. I mean, I kind of ignored it at the beginning, but it's really rewarding, actually. Like, 60 per, like, pack doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it actually sums up a lot. Like, these huge packs here, they give, like, this is, like, 95 off the side. That really, it really matters. Like, it really sums up to, like, big amounts. Yeah. Kind of true. I mean, I don't need to farm anything anymore at this stage of the game, though. Just need, like, some Optusite to do some builds. But pretty much everything has lost its flavor by now. It's... I don't know, it's just the design, the general design of these activities, they get, like, boring very, very fast, right? They are very repetitive. And there's really no surprises, no element of surprise, no, you know, random YOLO, super unique, whatever drops. There's like really nothing. So, and that basically counts for all the activities, right? It doesn't matter at all what activity you do. The only difference would maybe be Kura's Undercity if you're farming for the... Oh, this is an imbalance event, by the way. Kura's Undercity if you're farming for the amulets with passive skills. I thought it was an imbalance event, but it's just bugged, it seems like. Yeah, it's doing nothing, essentially. Like, these events are all, like, completely scuffed. Not updating this build, this is a different build. This is really the same build with just Shaco. So there's really no update here. This is different than Varshan. This is for a different material, right? This is just for farming Optusite. Come on. Ah, Blizzard, please help me. Please fix your goddamn game. Well, nothing drops in 4GA. The only way to effectively get 4GA is just buy it. But I mean, this is pretty decent for actually farming gold and materials. So by this, if you just sell off the boss materials and runes, you will make like more than 2 billion an hour, and you get Optusite on top of this. So this is actually pretty good, like on the reward end, I would say. And I'm not even remotely optimizing this by, you know, picking good dungeons. I mean, like, dropping a 4 GA unique is extremely rare. Right, so I probably did upwards of 2 to 3 thousand tormented bosses in this season. And I dropped exactly 2 4 GA. And that was a Mother's Embrace. I dropped 2 4 GA Mother's Embrace. So these are extremely rare. Yeah, Nightmare Dungeons basically give everything, right? Except for target farming uniques, obviously, but besides that, you even get like a bunch of obols. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely better right now because you have the Goblin event. Without the Goblin event, you will definitely get a little bit less. Goblin event adds quite a bit of extra off the side to it. And also it obviously adds like a lot of extra material drops. But I think even without it will be better than Hordes. But you need to have a fast build, right? So if you don't have a build like this, which can go through this very, very fast, then not. So it's really, you need to be fast. Because in Hordes, it doesn't really, I mean, your build does matter, but you don't need like these extremely fast, you know, teleporting builds or like whatever. I don't know how good the new Spiritborn evade build shit is, but you know, essentially you need a fast build. And I mean, probably there's no builds faster than Sorcerer or stuff like this. No, I don't have the Scroll of the Goblin. That's a very rare item because nobody plays this raid, so you can kind of ignore that. That thing doesn't exist. And it's also not needed. Like, it literally does nothing. Like, it spawns a couple of goblins, which really, at this stage of the game, doesn't matter all that much. I don't even know why I'm keeping all these items. They're not even worth anything, honestly. So really the shrines just spawn. I mean, I have seen like 3 goblins spawn once. I have been doing now like, I don't know. I probably did like 100 nightmare dungeons now. No, not 100, but probably like 70 or something like that, and I've seen a triple goblin spawn once. So it's really very, very rare. It can happen, but it's very unlikely. But even one single goblin, again, the single goblin, it gives you an extra 100 off the side, and it gives you the living steels in this case. It gives you the boss materials, which is just worth gold. I mean, I don't need the gold at this point. I don't need the boss materials at this point, but you know, if you still need these, you know, it's gonna be nice, right? So these dungeons are terrible. I feel like the old dungeons are much better. Like this, there's no density in these dungeons. Like you have to search for the mobs. Also, you probably would want to change your merc for playing Nightmare Dungeons. You want to change to Sugo for the minimap. I think that will probably be better. So you can actually port from pack to pet. Probably gonna do this. But I don't really need the extra attack speed here. just change this. Oh, come on! The dungeon is goddamn over. Stop spawning volcanoes. They all fixed this in Season 4 or Season 5, and it's all reverted to shit. Right, so let's get this one. Horseman. Yeah, that's better. We're seeing the mobs on the minimap. Much better. Because we actually want to kill the mobs, right? So... Also, you don't really have to watch on the ground anymore. Like, even though this game, for whatever reason, has no map overlay, right? Now I can just navigate by just using the minimap. Freaking funny. It would be cool if it would mark elites on the map as well. I mean, the hearts went up because... I mean, probably they went up because of the video. But right now, all other materials also went up because... I think it is because maybe they closed the duping method. Because, you know, myself, I was buying out a lot of these hearts, right? So, the days before publishing those videos, I kind of, you know, emptied like 2 or 3 Chinese sellers completely. Like, I bought like upwards of, I don't know, like 5 or 6,000 of them. And I felt like the material prices are very high right now, so there might be a possibility that a dupe exploit has been closed. So there's no material flood on the market right now. It's purely speculative, but I don't really see another reason for the material prices spiking that high. So I really don't think it was really because of the video. I mean, you know, maybe very partially, but I don't think that was the major reason there. Paragon levels are real? What do you mean by that? Wasn't that price at the beginning? Well, at the very beginning you can really ignore it, but you know, most of a long time, so the malignant hearts were roughly in like 4 to 6 million each. The living steel was like 1 to 2 million. The blood was like, you know, 4 million-ish. The distilled fear was like also in the 3 to 5 million range, and the eggs and the shards were always like into the 9 to 12 million range, and the dolls and shackles, there was times where they just were like at 2 million and stuff like that, and now they are essentially all like tripled or quadrupled in prices. The living steel even almost like is like 7 to 8 times the price now, so it's really I honestly do not really understand why the prices are spiking that high. So really my only assumption there is that there has been a duping method closed. Because that's how the all the gold sellers, right, the Chinese and, you know, the other gold sellers, it's how they basically make their gold, right? They sell dupe boss summoning materials and then they can sell the gold. And that's pretty much the only way. I mean, yeah, there's bots which do like kind of raw gold farms, but you know, that's not really where the gold is coming from, right? It's just coming from dupe boss materials. And that's why on Diablo the Trade you see all these Chinese sellers selling like 9999, like, you know, 10k of all the boss materials all the time. And they're all like level 1 accounts in Kyovashat, so it's just dupe boss mets basically. And I haven't seen them in a while. Yeah, that's Paragon level. The 263. It goes up to 300, but really after like 250 it goes so extremely slow. See, this is like a slow cursed shrine. There's slower and faster ones. But I don't know, economy in this game is kind of weird because of the dupes. I think without the dupes, you know, without dupe boss materials, you know, this game would be much more interesting. The dupe boss materials is a huge problem. Because, you know, at a certain state of the game, like, you know, I would say like maybe, you know, 3 or 4 days into the game, into the season, the market is already flooded with boss materials, which couldn't even be farmed like the real way. Like, without the dupes, boss materials would be really rare. Like, I mean, it's not like it's impossible to farm boss materials, right? But it takes quite a bit of time, actually, to farm them. Like, if you do Undercity runs, Tribute runs, you know, why can you do infinite Undercity Tribute runs? Because you basically bought the boss materials on Diablo Trade, and you have so many Tributes of Titans, right? If you wouldn't have these, you wouldn't even be able to farm so many tributes. So the system they designed there is actually not so bad. The problem is just the dupe materials completely disabling all the required farming. And you basically skip like... So basically what they wanted to do is, right, so you have to farm Helltides and Whispers and shit to do your first tormented bosses. Then your first tormented bosses drop a couple of tributes, and you can use that to farm Undercity. Then you get more boss materials, and you farm more bosses, and it would be kind of, you know, evening out in the end. But with the dupe boss materials, it's absolutely not working, because people can skip farming the boss materials by just buying the boss materials for gold. And, well, makes it much, much simpler, right? And they really fail to combat the duping story. It has been going on for like ever. And that's one of the biggest issues the game has, which, you know, most of people don't even know about these massive boss material duping problems. And that has been going on since the very first beginning of this goddamn game. And I feel like also, like, as a publishing company, you know what, that's also something you have to take care of, right? Oh, there's the triple goblin. Look at that. Big payday. Yeah, funny is, I saw a video of the recent duping exploit, and it was like pretty similar to actually the original Diablo dupe. So the guy basically placed a bunch of stacks with one Duril egg in his stash, and then he just kept like spamming and escape. So he basically mouse clicked and pressed escape on the stash the same time and kept doing it forever. And at some point all the stacks went to 200. So the first stack in his stash was 200. And then all the stacks in his inventory were 1. And he kept opening and closing the stash at the same time. And, you know, after like 1 or 2 minutes, basically all stacks in the inventory went to 200. There's like a video on YouTube with that duping exploit. Is from, I guess the guy is called like Sliver of Time or something like that. Absolutely ridiculous. And it's definitely not fake, right? It's the guy is like filming his screen with his mobile phone, so there's no way that's gonna be a fake one. So, and I feel like, you know, if you're like a game publisher, right? It's your responsibility to also keep the economy of your game stable, right? You cannot just say, you know what, yeah, it's gonna be duped. Sorry, we're just gonna leave it like that, whatever. You kind of have to fix these things, right? So, for example, you have to put a limit. Like, you know, you cannot carry more than 500 of a boss mat in your inventory or something like that. You know, there are simple measures of combating these things. Because if you can only carry 500 of each material, you know what? The Chinese guys are not gonna freaking do it. It's not gonna be worth their time. If you can only carry 500, you know, making a character, you know, doing the whole duping for 500 and doing all the other stuff, that's not gonna be worth it. Right? And you know, the regular player, would you really care if you can only carry 500 boss mats? Like, I would say for 99% of the player base, it doesn't matter at all. And for the 3 guys who would actually complain about that, you were like, you know what, just make a freaking mule and put your 500 hearts there. Like, nobody gives a damn. But they just don't do these things, right? I know they have different, you know, different targets and whatever, but I just feel like it's a responsibility of a publisher of a game to keep these things in check if it's an online game. It's important, right? It's like, for example, if you're playing World of Warcraft, right? There's bots. Like, there's a ton of bots in that game, but Blizzard has kind of an, let's call it quote-unquote agreement with the Chinese guys or with like all the bot farms. You know, they're just banning the bots like once every 4 or 5 months, right? And then they have to buy new accounts. So they kind of, you know, doing something against it. And also by the nature of, you know, the game, like in World of Warcraft, is you cannot make huge amounts of gold, which inflict the economy so heavily than in this, you know, D4 with the duping methods. But yeah, without actually doing something against it, it happens like, you know, people just have infinite access to materials. Like me, for example, I have infinite access to materials now. Because, you know what, I have like 55 billion gold. I don't need to buy any items with it. I probably couldn't even buy any items with it. Because, items are freaking expensive. But at this point, I wouldn't have to farm my stuff, right? I would just buy boss materials and spam the bosses. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it has been an issue for so long. And I mean, I'm pretty sure they're doing something in the background to combat it. But they just haven't been taking the right measures. And if you remember, they actually did it once, right? There was a time where there was a duping exploit on the boss materials. And they did a patch, like a ninja patch, where it would set the maximum stack size to 200. Right, and when that happens, I actually myself, I lost quite a few boss mats by that. But they actually did it once. Like, why did they stop doing it, right? They did it before, and since then, the exploits have been getting so much worse. So, it feels like they gave up on it. And that's what it has been feeling like the past seasons, because, you know, the exploits were there in every single season, and boss materials were basically for trade for, you know, very little gold all the freaking time, and they haven't been combating it at all. And that's why also everybody has GG gear. And then, yeah, I mean, and now we also like have duping of real items, obviously. That's like a whole different story, right? So the duping of the real items, that is something which is not supposed to be happening, right? I can understand the duping of the boss materials, because, you know, these are materials and these probably don't have an item ID or something like that. It's probably just like a, you know, a stackable number, which, you know, if your client for whatever reason can change that number, then it's basically going to be considered duped. But an item is not supposed to be duped. That's not even supposed to be working. Like, that is a major flaw in the game's code, that you can actually dupe an actual item which is supposed to have a unique ID. This item is clearly identifiable, and, you know, the only way to move one item from one player to another is actually to trade it. And if you trade an item, it shouldn't be duplicated in any way, right? It should just, you know, like, there's a database and, you know, basically the player ID on the item or something like that changes. That's what happens if you trade an item. But there is some kind of a duping exploit which allows to dupe items. And the only way is that it's going through trading, right? Because there's really no other way to kind of, you know, interact with an item to make it, you know, for whatever reason, be possibly duplicated. I mean, you could probably, you know, there has been duping exploits where you drop something on the ground, right? And then disconnect in the exact same time. And then it would be rolled back or something like that. But then you would have basically two items with the same ID, which is not supposed to be happening. So it's kind of weird. Yeah. I mean, I haven't bought any of the... I haven't traded for any of the duped items. I don't know if they're still even in the trade or if it has been removed at this point. But... so I really didn't buy any. Like, you can buy 4 Greater Epics Rasha Ring for like 10 billion gold, for example, which is essentially absolutely nothing. But I didn't buy those because I just don't want them to be like deleted or whatever. But yeah, it's a huge issue. Like, duping regular items. You know, the duping the boss mats is just going to affect the economy. You know what? It's terrible, but, you know, there's worse things than that. But duping items, that's something which is not supposed to happen. Yeah. I mean, that is a major flaw. And those things would have to be... Like, that is stuff which has to basically address day one, right? As soon as there's one duped items on the marketplace, and as soon as Blizzard gets notified, hey, there's duped items in this goddamn game. You know what? That's a day 0 action, basically. Disable trading now. Like, it has to be addressed immediately. And these items now have been on the market for more than 2 weeks, and it's still not being addressed. So that is absolutely insane, actually. Like, I don't know how you can possibly do something like that. Like, I don't know. And honestly, nobody... I mean, yes, of course, people would complain if you disable trading, right? But if you say, hey, guys, sorry, there's a duping exploit. We have to disable trading and fix the exploit. You know what? Most people would probably say, thank you so much, Blizzard, for actually doing shit. And not, why do you disable trading? Like, I cannot play without trading. Like no. But yeah, it's probably not in the budget, right? You just gotta make Halloween events. So I think the profit on bots and gold farmers for Blizzard in D4 is not that huge, actually. I think it's more like in the other games, in like mainly in World of Warcraft. where the bots have to buy licenses and have to be refreshed all the time. I think in D4, like, there's actually very little bots. Because there's really no... like, what are you gonna do with a bot in D4? You're gonna farm raw gold? Like, your bot's probably gonna make 50 million raw gold per hour, which is, like, literally worth not even 1 cent. So, I don't think bots are a concern in D4 at this point. I think really all the gold just comes from duped materials. And, you know, it doesn't really help you to, you know, combat bots. Because if the materials are duped, it's actually manually being done by players. So I really don't think Blizzard makes so much money out of this in D4. I know in World of Warcraft they make a huge amount of money off bots. I used to be kind of engaged in that scene like a long time ago. And there was like Chinese bot farms running like upwards of 10,000 parallel bots. There was like estimates in World of Warcraft back in the days when Legion was out and Cataclysm and Legion. There was upwards of 200,000 bots in the game. And because gold selling in World of Warcraft is huge, right? Because, well, essentially buying gold in World of Warcraft just saves you so much time. Because, you know, you can just get, like, all your, like, raid requirements and shit like that for gold. And that's why there is such a huge real money market on World of Warcraft. And, again, there was upwards of 500,000 bots in the game. And Blizzard used to ban them, like, every 3 to 5 months. And they always were banned. They were all using the same software. The software was named Honor Buddy. That was the biggest bot, basically, which was actually made in Germany. And I knew, like, you know, somebody there from the team. And so I knew about the number of bot licenses players actually had. And again, it was upwards of 500,000 bot licenses for that bot to be existing. And so you would have to buy a license, right, for every bot. So back in the days when that was in Legion, for example, the base game would cost $10 and the expansion would cost like 40 or maybe 30 or 40, depend on like the kind of sale. But so it would essentially be like $40, right, to buy the base game with 60 days of game time. And then again, every 3 to 5 months, all the bots would be banned. And Blizzard would be selling another 100 to 500,000 copies of those games. There was a lot of methods to obtain those bot keys very cheap, right? So there was base game bots, like, for example, at one point there was the Warcraft movie was in the cinemas. So during that times, there was like a free World of Warcraft key with the movie. And you could get those for like, you know, $2 or $3 or something like that. And there was like sales on the expansions and everything. But, you know, overall, they make a lot of money out of World of Warcraft bots. And that's why it's kind of an agreement between Blizzard and the botters. You know, you can bot for so many months and then we're just gonna ban all your bots and you're just gonna restart. And that is not the problem this game has here. I mean, I know there's bots for these games, but you know, people are rarely like even using them. Bots are more popular for Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 in the beginning when it's still at the real money auction house. But in this game, a bot really cannot farm anything of worth. In Diablo 2, for example, if you had the bots, right, the bots would be just farming Hyrule. And very specific items, right? So if the bot would farm like a high rune, the high rune is, you know, in the beginning of a season was, I don't even know how much it was worth. You know, probably like $20 to $30 for high rune. So your bot actually has a shot of finding something meaningful. But you know, if your Diablo 4 bot farms like 50 million gold per hour, you know, that at the end of the day, you're not even gonna make $1 out of it, so... But yeah, I mean, this problem, like all the publishers have this problem, right? And most publishers do essentially the same thing. They kind of combat it, but they just combat it to like a certain degree,
That looks warm.
which is
I can
beneficial for both sides.
Don't ruin
And you know what? If I would be a game publisher, I would probably do the same, right? I don't know. I honestly don't think Blizzard cares about the D4 economy at all. I mean, the best thing is, you know, I think Blizzard really, I mean, obviously Blizzard has financial interest in this game, right? But I think at this point, the interest in D4 is really solely financial. I don't think there's any kind of non-financial interest in keeping this game healthy whatsoever. I think like stuff like the Xbox marketplace and shit like that is just feeding, you know, revenue into this game. Same with the expansion sale, right? I don't know how many copies of the expansion got sold, but you know, this expansion must not be worth a whole lot. Like, you can feel that this expansion was not like developed by a whole bunch of people, and you know, this is, let's just say, you know, on the D4 original development, right? They probably made, you know, they made a good chunk of money, right? They made a good return on investment. But on this expansion, you know what? They probably made like 90% return on investment or whatever. Like, I mean, I don't mean 90%, I mean like probably like 900% or something like that. Like, you really feel that very little work went into this expansion. It's really very little work. You feel like when you see the areas, like the detail of the areas and everything, like the outside areas, you really feel that this has just been smushed together. Like the whole quest line and everything, this is just freaking from, you know, they just took whatever random system they have, like this whole follow system and shit like that, and they just made a random story. Yeah, they spent money on the cinematics. Good for you, Blizzard. So you spent money on the cinematics, so a lot of people buy the goddamn game, and that is it. Why was there like all the like TV ads on this game with like super high polished trailers, right? And then you get the game and it's essentially a piece of shit. So they made money out of this expansion. A lot. I don't think more than maybe 100, 150 people worked on this expansion for... Honestly, my guess is they started working on this expansion somewhere around the mid of Season 3. Because a lot of the bugs which are back in the game, like, you know, for example, the reverted pickup radius, you know, the bosses can still kill you after the end of the Nightmare Dungeon and all that shit. That is all stuff which has been either fixed in mid-Season 3 or at the beginning of Season 4. So my assumption is they started working on this somewhere around mid-Season 3, which makes it a little bit more than 6 months of work. And that's what it feels like. The rune system is 5 years old. This is exactly the same rune system which was in the alpha of this game. They really didn't change it at all, so that's nothing new. The Kuras Undercity, that's really just the gauntlet, and they just added like some extra effects on the gauntlet, right? But essentially, it's just a recycled version of the gauntlet. The raid, honestly, I have no clue. I didn't play it. And that was it, right? Is there the mercenaries? Yeah, the mercenaries. So honestly, call me crazy, but the mercenaries feel like a recycled UI from the construct in Season 3. I mean, the UI is different, but, you know, how hard can it be to do that, right? So, I feel like, you know, for a full price expansion, the work which went into this, other than the cutscenes, I would assume this is 6 months worth of work from probably like 100 people or something like that. If it was even 100 people, it might have been less. The whole area design of the expansion, like really, it's just one freaking jungle. It's the same tile sets around everything. There's not even different. It's really just one jungle set, one tile set of like UI or whatever, and that is it. And then there's like the dungeons. They're all the same. They are just random dungeons. They don't even have objectives. It's just dungeons. You run through it. You kill the boss. You're done. So, you know, I feel like they made huge bank on this expansion. And you know what? That's actually freaking terrible. Because what that's gonna mean is, next expansion is gonna be exactly the same. Because if they can get away with, you know, putting 100 people, 6 months, to sell an expansion for $100, I mean, not everybody is gonna spend the $100, but you know what? There's gonna be quite a few people who spend the super premium whatever price. And, it worked out for them. It worked out for them great. So, they will do it again. So, this kind of quality of an expansion is exactly the same we're gonna get on the next expansion. And why is that? Because there's really no competition for this game. So there's no AAA ARPG in the market, which would be any, you know, would be any concurrence for this one here. Like, I don't know anything. Like, so that's why they can get away with it. They basically just make their game, and they don't have to make it good, because nobody gives a shit. Because right now, you know, what is carrying this game? You know, there's a bunch of, you know, full-time streamers making money out of it. And that's why the game is probably also selling well, received well. You know, it's a huge franchise, right? So you want this game to be good because the Diablo franchise is good. Like, everybody loves Diablo franchise. But it's only going to work for so long, really. Like, at some point, people are going to realize that this game is not good enough. And I feel like they have... I mean, they have been working hard on improving the stuff. But you know what? The game shouldn't have come out with needing these improvements in the first place. So... And now with, you know, with PoE 2 coming out, it's a different market. It's a different focus group, which PoE 2 has. It's gonna draw a lot of attention away from D4 though. So what's gonna happen is the major content creators, right? Like all the Raxes and the Woodies and the whatever. They're probably gonna move towards PoE 2 as the main game. I mean, you know, maybe some are gonna stay on Diablo. But, you know, just by looking at the view counts on D4 content, right? So if you compare Diablo 4 videos with Diablo 2 videos, for example, right? D2 videos get like roughly 4 to 5 times the amount of views of D4 videos. So why is that? Because D2 has like a much more active community than D4 has. D4 really just has like a community of like randoms. And the community of D4 is not strong at all. It's very weak. It's really just people crying all day long, and that's going to be it. Blizzard isn't really working very hard to please that community, because that community is not really so important. It's also not very vocal. compared to like the other games, it's way less vocal than that. And also even like the major streamers, even though, you know, they make good content, they are very positive about the game. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being positive about the game, but I feel like at some point they are not objective. They're just trying to, you know, keep the illusion that this game is very good. Then they always, you know, once in a while say, yeah, but, you know, obviously this game is not so good, but it's gonna get better, And, you know, that's just because, you know, if you make money out of a game, you don't want to talk the game to shit, right? Because, you know, you're gonna basically take your whole income away by downvoting a game you are actually streaming and making money off. And the reality is, this game is great for, you know, the casual and the, like, semi-casual audience, but this game is not great for anybody who expects like some kind of depth of a game, who expects replayability, who good crafting systems, you know, replayable content, character progression. All that stuff in this game ends basically after 20 hours of playing this game. The first 20 hours you play this game, or in a season maybe, you know, now it has been gotten a little bit better with Vessel of Hatred. So I would say the 20 hours are now 50. So the first 50 hours of playing this game in a new season are great. But then it basically immediately stops. You can still play it, you can still optimize your builds, you can still push the pit and everything. But the real progression at that point just evolves to a multiplier of your damage. There's really no progression other than getting more multipliers to your damage. You're not gonna get any better skills, you're not gonna get more projectiles, you're not gonna get any faster, you're not gonna get any more cooldown reduction. Really, all what's changing is you're optimizing your gear and getting higher multipliers for your damage. And that is not any good of a progression. Like if you, for example, you know, compare to like Pass of Exile or whatever, like there's uniques which you know you can either farm for, you know, 20 hours to get the currency to buy the unique or something like that, and then you need multiple of those, or you can drop them, but they are very rare. And then there's like items which enable builds which take hundreds of hours to farm and to build. And Diablo 4 is so far away from, you know, building a meaningful system for late game progression. And I feel like I don't think it's gonna ever happen. And that's what's gonna basically at some point drive the streamers to a different game. Which, you know, might be PoE 2. I don't think it's essentially so bad for Diablo. I don't think streamers and content creators are such a major advertisement factor for D4. I think they definitely play a role, but I don't think it's their primary source of revenue. I would assume somewhere around 90% of the players for Diablo never watch a YouTube video, never watch a guide. That's kind of my assumption there, like by the numbers. I mean, I don't know how these numbers are in reality, but my assumption is just, you know, a very high percentage of players is just casually, you know, playing along this game. Which is completely fine, because that's what this game is actually good for. But everybody who wants to engage, like, deeper with a game, you know, this game is not gonna be it. Right now, this is the only game like it. I mean, obviously, you can play Last Epoch, but, you know, Last Epoch is kind of... I feel like it's kind of, you know, clunky. The animations in Last Epoch don't feel great. The game is great, the crafting and everything is great, but the animations are rather slow. You know, the reactions of the game are not so good. You really see that there's like no AAA polished involved there whatsoever. The game systems itself are great, but the, you know, the execution of the core game is just not so good. And with PoE 1, well, PoE 1, you know, getting into PoE 1 now is like absolutely retarded. Like the animations and stuff of that game are even worse than last Epoch. You know, for the game it kind of doesn't matter because, you know, the goal is to build to make builds where the, you know, the bad animations of the game do not really matter because everything basically dies without you even noticing that it's happening, and then it's fine at that stage. But if you actually play the game on a lower level, it really doesn't feel that great. Like all the animations in the game, like the, you know, the feedback when you use your spells and everything, it's kind of slow. It's like laggy. You know, the monsters are kind of, I don't know, sometimes weird. You just feel like this game is very old, right? And now with PoE 2, you know, if that game, you know, is very well received, you know, that might just be the go-to for like the, you know, all the players who want to have like a game which is a little deeper. And then, you know, these players are probably not gonna play Diablo, or like, for example, myself, I will probably just return for the seasons, which, you know, I guess is completely fine. You know, just return for the season for like a week or two. If they add seasonal mechanics, you know, you can use the seasonal mechanic to make some new builds. But, you know, if they don't add any new seasonal mechanics at this point, there's also no point of making new builds. Because all the, like, since Season 4, the builds really haven't been changed. And basically now they have to be remade because all the items have, like, new stats and shit like that. But essentially the builds haven't been changed since Season 3. Actually, they really haven't been changed since Season 1. There has been minor changes, but nothing you would have to do, like, you know, I now need to redo all my build guides for the next season because everything is different. This is just not happening in this game. So, if they would... Oh wow, another triple goblin. If they would actually start creating seasonal mechanics again, I think it would be much better for this game than just, you know, creating this random seasonal quests and stuff like that nobody really cares about. Would much more like them to start adding seasonal mechanics. But yeah, most likely it's gonna be, people are just gonna go to core game PoE 2. Not sure if it's gonna happen the early access. We don't know how deep the early access of PoE 2 is gonna be. But if the you know, the main game PoE comes out, people are gonna start maining that game and just doing Diablo for the seasons. And that's probably exactly what Blizzard wants. Because you know what? Blizzard doesn't really care if you play this goddamn game all day. All Blizzard cares about is you buy the battle pass when the new season starts. And you know what? A lot of people, including myself, buy the goddamn battle pass when the new season starts, so... So that's why I just don't generally like the direction B4 is going in. But I also didn't really like the direction D3 was going in, so I have to say. Cool. I have no movement speed whatsoever. Right. Wait, what? Ah, yeah. Like, how bad the game must be. So, you see, like, all these items on the ground. And, you know, if a game is good, you would probably pick these up, right? Well, guess we're not picking them up. And it's kind of sad because I would really like Diablo to evolve into a game I would be more interested in. But I don't think it's gonna happen. That's why I'm really looking forward to like UE2. Because that's definitely a game I can identify with way more. Because I need complexity in a game. I want to use my freaking brain cells when playing a game. If I want to play relaxing content, you know, there's gonna be relaxing content in any game. If I want to go relaxing content in PoE, you know, I'll probably just grind lower level maps. You know, shut down my brain, no problem. But I need to have the ability to engage with systems which require more than pressing a button 500 times to hit the stat you want. That's just not enough for me. And it's simple as that. Like, the whole masterworking and tempering system of D4, it's just not a crafting system for me. It is just like some, I don't know, it's just a random system. And I need more of a game, right? I also don't need like 3 different basic materials to farm, which end up being way too scarce every season until they are buffed after like 1 or 2 weeks. I really don't need that. I want to farm materials, different ones, which have different, you know, different usages, right? So, for example, give me 10 different materials. If I want to craft cooldown reduction on my goddamn amulet, then let me go to, you know, area XYZ and farm material, whatever brick it may be, and that brick allows me to craft goddamn cooldown reduction. And then give me a vendor which allows me to exchange material X or material Y with a ratio of whatever, so I can exchange my materials and reach the goals I have without pressing a button and waiting until I randomly hit the stat I want after 500 times clicking a button. That's just, it's just not enough in my mind. You still have the free battle pass? What's the movement speed bug? I don't know any movement speed bug. Can you explain that to me? I never heard about the movement speed bug. Also, like the cosmetics, right? So D4 cosmetics are so fucking shitty. Like, if you ever looked at like Path of Exile cosmetics, right? These are like freaking out of control awesome. And you know, the game is like freaking whatever, like 15 years old. But their cosmetics are like on spot. Like, PoE cosmetics are actually so good that you actually want to pay money for them, because they look so freaking awesome, and you actually enjoy yourself while playing it if you buy their cosmetics. And that's for a fact. Like, I have been buying PoE cosmetics just because they look freaking cool while you're playing the game. Like, the cosmetics you're using while playing Diablo do not matter at all. You don't see them. 90% of the time you will not even see them, because they are just basically skins, right? There's no cool stuff, like no... Like, I mean, in PoE there's like stuff where it's like, you know, where you have like gravity and like, you know, stones are like freaking orbiting you. And, you know, there's cosmetics where like a ghost is freaking coming out of your back, like screaming and shit like that. Like, they're so awesome cosmetics. And the cosmetics in D4 are literally just armor sets, which you don't see. other than in the loading screen, basically. So you basically can buy cosmetics to pimp your loading screen. That's what cosmetics are in you for. Wait, what? Wait, so mount, then spacebar, and dismount at the same time? What? Mount, then space, and dismount. Oh, dismount and space at the same time. Then dodge multiple times. And press space to mount again. Alright, I'm gonna try that. That sounds interesting. I mean, not the movement speed matters at all if you can just perma teleport, right? But right, let's test this. This game has so many bugs. Alright, wait, so I mount, then I sprint, and then I dismount at the same time. Okay, oh, wrong button. Right. And now oh, fuck, wrong button. Okay, let's try again. Right. So sprint, dismount at the same time, and then press evade. That's not so easy. Why is it mounting instantly again? Oh, I can also dismount with right mouse button. Let's try that. It's not so easy, right? Yeah, that's too complicated for me. I'm not gonna get it. I mean, I'm just moving slow. Or you mean it's just boosting the stat and not the actual movement speed? Because my movement speed is at 200% anyway, because I have Conjuration Mastery, so... But just not in town. Where am I going? This is not the correct way. But yeah, it's kind of stupid, because I wear boots without movement speed and I remove the Heir of Perdition, which also has no movement speed, so... But, you know, in a dungeon it doesn't matter at all, it's just in town you're freaking slow. But you know, you might as well just mount in town, but usually, you know, I'm too lazy to even do that. See, this one gave one. So it's kind of random. Sometimes the chests give 100 Opticite and sometimes not. Also, you get quite a few runes actually in Nightmare Dungeons, I have to say. Right, we do one more, then we're done for the day. Now I have more than enough Optosite to do the remaining builds of the season. What we're gonna do... Wood is good, I guess. I wonder if Sork is the fastest character for clearing these dungeons right now. I haven't really checked all that much into like Rogue and Spiritborn. This is pretty much gotta be the fastest possible, right? I mean, you could even get more teleport speed with a different chest piece and the enchantment out of it. There's 100 again. All these runes. Right, triple goblin for the end. Let's go. Well, just one. It's also funny that you can only get 1 or 3, but you cannot get 2. See why I like these Nightmare Dungeons? Also like these chests, right? It's something different, right? You open a chest, or you even find a chest. That is something, well, let's not just call it exciting, right? But it's something different. I can find a chest and open it. And if I'm lucky, I can get like 100 Optosite out of it. All this stuff you're not gonna get in hordes or in the pits or whatever. Right. So let's close this. So, I mean, look at all these runes I found. I mean, this is not like... This is a lot of magic runes, right? Add materials? I mean, this is 150 living steel, this is 50 hearts, this is more 250 distilled fear. This is not like... This is pretty good, actually, for the materials. And you know, tributes of refinement are good for getting masterworking materials. And you know, I got a total of 56k Optosite now. It's not too bad. Decent amount of Forgotten Souls. I honestly think this might be the best farm in the game right now. Two Nightmare Dungeons. It also probably gives decent Merc XP. I mean, I haven't checked, but... Okay, it does give shitty Merc XP. Well, I actually checked, I changed this recently, right? Yeah, this one has actually 7. I would have to check the other Merc, how much XP he actually got. But anyway, yeah, like, Nightmare Dungeon farming is new meta. So, I'm probably gonna, make another, farming session and record the actual materials and see, you know, how rewarding it actually is compared to Infernal Hordes. So yeah, for now, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you guys next time.